Hello, guys. Alright. Let's see what I even feel like playing this time around. Definitely with my experience from the last stream, I think I'm just betting the Sylvanas. Shit is too boring to be against in solo. I would in fact rather meet Osiris, I think. I don't want to beat any of them though. If I can avoid it. I could play it myself, I suppose. I just don't know if I want to play it. I feel like at some point today I might want to play some raw, some proc items, but it ain't gonna be anytime soon probably. I gotta warm up a bit first.
Select your god.
I'll pick it because I don't want to deal with it. I could try non-aspect for a change. Man, it just doesn't make any sense though. With how his aspect is kind of just a better version of him. Yeah, I mean, it's a Baron as well. I'll just have to rush a boar or something. It's either rush boar Or go non-aspect. Because at least I can just respond with the ult. No, it doesn't make sense to me. Actually, is that a Nuwa solo? Yeah, it looks like it might be Nuwa solo. Then I should be okay. Baron is scary, but it should be dealable once I have Boar, but Nuwa, I don't really think. Like, it's definitely gonna be annoying, and I doubt I'll actually be able to kill her with how safe this character is in solo. But just gotta make sure that I take as much farm as possible then. Question is what I go with active-wise. Probably had to go Aegis. There's a lot of shit they can throw at me with Hui ults, Baron ults, new ults. Mordred I prefer beats, but he's kind of the only one. Blink to get close is nice, but then I don't have much to get away with. Well, not get away, I suppose, but I don't know. Blink may actually be the way to go. But that won't help me into Baron late game. Usually it's on screen, my bad guys. My bad. Thank you for letting me know. I'm new to the streaming thing. I haven't been here for a while. It feels like. I was going to do it yesterday, but I made a big fuck up. And by that I mean I locked myself out of my apartment. And I had to go grab my spare key, which is at a friend's house, basically almost an hour away from me. So that took all my streaming slot, having to do that. It was in fact very, very stupid of me. So I simply ended up not having time for it. Which is also kind of why I'm streaming today, because I was going to do tomorrow and then not do it today. During the weekend, I suppose, but here I am. Yeah, it is Noah. Okay, maybe I don't need to rush Boar then. Because Baron is support. Probably won't see him for a while. I guess I can just go for the normal starting Lifebinder then. Then I should change my build. Because I kind of want to buy this on first pack if I can. There we go. Do Lex 3 have negation now? I think it is definitely viable. I haven't bought it too much myself. I kind of keep forgetting about it, but I've seen it in some other people buy it. I could do it in this game, to be fair. Like, they have 3 magicals. Actually, good you're mentioning it. This could be a very legit item for me to buy in this game.
It's a trap.
Fuck, it stopped. I missed. Well. Maybe too aggressive here, without having much more pots than this. These fucking minions, man. Oh my god, stop hitting me. They're actually just fucking me up. Freaking fog. Nuwa truly just is bullshit go, the character, isn't she? Now that the more I think about it. Random bullshit go. I actually would have had her. No ages.
I might be killer. Is she back?
I stopped her back. I can't think of it anymore though. Yes. Can I stick around? I mean, it's only 400 gold and my blue is up, so if I can just stick around for another wave, I should think I can actually do this. I just gotta make sure that he doesn't see me. And I should be fine. I'll let him clear this first. Can't back yet. Gotta swap my ward as well. Eventually.
An enemy has left the game.
Lane is pretty much going exactly as I would have expected into a Nova. I played in 4 months and kind of forgot I would go down to Diamond, man. These games are easy. Yeah, pretty much. No, there is a pretty big skill gap overall in these games. Especially if you get like into lower elo. Then you're just gonna find some games that are very varied in skill levels. But that's just the result of the low player base. Then ban the set, that was an insta-lock. Yeah, it's... She's certainly a character that's easy to carry with, currently. I'm guessing they're just gonna surrender this.
An enemy has left the game.
Okay, now I think they're surrendering even more. Tragic first game.
An enemy has returned. Bye.
Victory.
Bye. Okay. You finally play this game more than 40 FPS, so I'm back in the game, yeah. Don't worry, I mean, I think that's always going to be a certain performance problem in Smite 2, currently at least, until it's fully released, I think. Maybe they'll fix it like with time, but I mean, every patch I feel like there is a slight drop in the FPS. But they usually fix it. Like for me, it never stays, but yeah. I feel like I've heard more people have issues this patch than any other so far. And I've had a few like straight up like freezes, but obviously I'm streaming as well while I usually play. So yeah, I mean that obviously puts in some extra load on my PC, but I don't really like playing anything else. I just think Smite definitely has issues loading some assets at times, and they did just update, you know, some of the visual stuff in Smite 2, so it makes sense that that might have been a small like issue with it. Some stutters, but nothing game changing. Yeah, it's pretty much the same for me. Like I've been pretty easy off compared to some other people for sure. Like the worst I have is like sometimes it'll freeze, but I imagine if it does that for me, it probably does that for anyone else. Oh shit, G was let through. W. Fuck, it's so cold. I'm literally sitting with a fucking blanket. So cold. Can we stop dodging and fucking leaving the games and shit? Fucking hell. Love the cold, to be honest. Same, I like it too. I prefer it over the heat, that's for sure. But it doesn't change the fact that when I want to play some video games on my PC and my hands are so cold that they don't respond fast enough, that shit sucks. I wear gloves. I don't think I can play with gloves. It's also like my table is also pretty cold. That doesn't actually help. It usually gets, you know, it's fine with time. Like especially once I start streaming as well and playing some ranked, I generally like get heated up pretty fast. Just in the beginning, it's usually pretty cold. Have a heated blanket? I gotta get a heated blanket eventually. But I also just feel hot so easily. And because I have psoriasis, my whole body gets really itchy if I get too hot as well. So that's also like a downside to it. Oh, did he steal it back? No, he didn't. Are we diving, Nike? Is this the plan? Do we have enough damage? Oh, wait, she didn't have ult? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. I guess she didn't have ult. It's pretty tragic. That's the type of shit that's really tilting as a solo laner, right? Bro, they're diving me. How did we lose gold? What happened? Yeah, unfortunate. This is why I became a solo main. What, support main? What, so you can secure golds? Or because you hated being in solo and people not having any influence in what you do? Or just getting shit on by yourself? That's kind of just how solo works, to be honest with you.
Select your god. E6.
I'll play in a set game myself. And Soul got dove, yeah. I mean, it does suck, for sure. Granted, I mean, that can happen in any lane. Match, chat in a bit. Gotcha. Good luck. Ugh. Mercury Hui, huh? I suppose you guys don't really see it. Can I make this? I guess I can just move it a little bit. There we go. Then we can see both. Like, I don't want to be stuck and always talking about what I think they should do and what they shouldn't do and what I hate about the game, but I do want to mention this. It's not even like a hate thing, I suppose, but I obviously dislike, I've mentioned this a few times, I dislike all the camps that you have to do as a solo laner. I think it's just weird that you have to go all the way, like, do back camps and shit. I prefer them just adding the rocks to the towers again and just like make me do stuff in the lane rather than make me do stuff outside the lane. Because I don't really think that makes any sense for the side lanes. It's not even just for solo; it's for duo as well. I think neutral camps are fine. Like the one gold camp on the side is fine. I think just the back camps just don't make any sense to me. But they all obviously exist as a result of the teleporters. So yeah, it's just too much stuff. Damn, my mod old initial does a pretty high amount of damage. Good peeling from the ADC at least. Otherwise, I believe Maman probably would have just... Yeah, she had blink up, so she would have just blinked on him. I think at some point they'll remove the side lanes. I hope so. I just don't think they make sense. Holy moly, what is their team combo? I just realized. I need beats. Holy beats forcing on top of the Aegis. Their comp is so disgusting on CC. And we have, what? Well, someone who's stuck in their ult if they use it. Two people who don't have CC immunity in their kits. Something should be okay, probably. Rama just has low mobility. We're so fucked if we fall behind. Sab on pause, it's Jover. To be fair, I think I'd rather have him on someone like Post than like Janus or something, because otherwise we're never catching him. At least on Poseidon, like, the majority of our CC lies in our front line, in me and Sobek, but we can definitely, like, make do with it. Like, this is one of those games where I might have to, obviously I have beats, but maybe I also just go Magi's. Either Magi's or Boar. Helm of Darkness could work as well, just get through the Ymir wall. I don't know, man. Their comp is just insane.
Follow me. See ya. Mwah. Bye.
Minions have spawned. Sorry, bruh.
Oh, it's Ymir solo. I thought it was gonna be Athena, but I'll take it. Athena probably would have been easier though, to be fair, as an asset. Ymir will still hurt my ass if he actually gets close. It's alright. I'll see if I can just keep him poked so he can't fight me as easily.
Take this jungle buff, bro.
Enemy missing.
Wash them away.
Enemy missing right.
Just take all the farm I can get.
Bro, like, what are you doing?
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Stay back. Over here.
I'm gonna try and kill him in left.
Ultimate is down.
Oh, he's in the tower.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy missing middle.
Bro, can you pluck them?
I've got off. You guys want to go in?
We have
Sure. That's not it.
He's ulted.
Be quiet. Come into the light.
Poseidon's
I was
rotating.
walled off, I have nothing.
It's okay. Careful, guys. He's here. He backed. It's fine.
It's unfortunate. If I wasn't walled off, I could have kept the silence up.
Can you please plug them? It's the first time, man.
Wait, ew. Brody.
Oh, bro.
I don't know where he's here. He might come to you. They're on oracles.
Probably Mark coming.
I don't know what to build first
Careful,
here.
right?
Probably just has to go like Genji's or something.
Vista, amigo.
Oh my god.
Enemy has been slain.
I've got ult for you if you want.
So that's all.
I think I'm just going for the full cooldown build that I usually do. I do probably need to go for a bit more damage than usual, because I kind of am the main reliance on magic damage. Do want to make sure that we actually have enough magic damage in case they go for a hardcore physical defense build.
The rain shall wash them
Enemy
away.
have vanquished a great foe. Enemy missing left. Kneel before me, foul creature.
Not there.
I know the way he is.
You get the rocks?
Yep.
Nice.
Feel my wrath.
I should just leave that thing on the ground if I need it. I don't know why I'm picking it up when I'm full HP, full mana.
Powers are mine.
I could ult you.
I'm good, that's both ults, I believe.
Nice. I'm here though.
Ultimate is down.
Ymir's still here at least.
Right. Enemy missing middle.
Retreat.
Stay back. I will shoot you down.
Prepared.
That was messed, that probably saved me.
Bro, what? No.
I mean, the fact that I went Genji's literally saved my life as well. I wouldn't have been tanky enough to survive both of those.
Take the jungle.
I had exactly enough.
Just give mid. They're all there.
Yeah, it's fine.
You can come down.
They're passing towards you. Fina's still in that door. Fina's coming now as well.
Cracking down.
That's a bummer.
Can Can our support rotate as well, by the way? We're kind of getting out.
Yeah, that is.
He's just staying on my lane and trolling, like he's not plugging nothing.
I mean, one pluck on left and the Ymir's just dead.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing here. He comes again, right? Like,
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. If he's sticking around, I'm getting the vibe that someone else is gonna be here.
Ultimate is ready.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Feel my wrath.
Don't feel like I want to take the bait. If that
That's
is
just cracking
bait.
down.
Where's he going?
He's there. I'm ulting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna TP right here, boys.
Enemy
Nice, good
has been
job.
slain.
Why are they in right?
they're here.
I'm coming.
They have both no
I
ult.
missed. He's rooted. Ah, damn.
He's
Just go
over
for the
there.
Athena. Go for the Athena. Oh, fucking missing right now.
Nice.
And don't give
Their
up.
purple might be up.
You wanna go for gold?
You guys can go gold maybe.
I can come.
Yeah, I don't have an ult though.
Tower is under attack.
I kind of fucked my
Merc's
ult.
doing mid as well. He's backing now. I think they should just be free unless Poseidon comes.
It's also spawns.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed
Nice.
the gold fury.
Yeah, it's nice for us.
I feel my power growing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's do this. Should have another cooldown now. Time for some hybrid items.
I've ult for left.
Sure, go for it.
You need of that?
I can ult as well if you need it, but yeah, you don't need it.
Rain shall wash them away.
His blue might be up.
Let's push.
Missing middle, missing middle. Careful, guys.
We get tower and then we go pyro.
Merc's in right.
Marcus on right.
Pyro is pyro.
Fina, Poseidon in mid. You guys are finding left. They're pathing towards right. I'm not sure why. We can just go pyro now. Kill this guy, Sobek. I don't know where the fuck they're going. They're all here. Three of them.
I'm here.
Go, Merc here. Kill this guy.
No dash.
Nice.
Pyro.
Poseidon's here.
Are you ult on?
No ult. Behind us, what the fuck? Kill this guy. I've got root in one. Oh, damn.
Slam the pyro.
Nice, well played. I can tank it.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Very well for us.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, the instant pop on that is so weird sometimes. Fuck it. My ult's low enough cooldown anyway. For some reason, it just does not go off when I press it sometimes. It's really hard to insta-pop it.
Your right tower is
I gotta just spam that shit. Okay. Maybe this is a CF negation game. Let me try it in this one. 2 feels weird to me. It's I think it feels good, except if you're trying to insta pop it. So you like you can't do it, but if for some reason sometimes when I try to do it, it just doesn't go off.
I'm coming mid.
I mean,
Your left tower is under
just pluck him and be dead, so back.
He's never plugging.
Just wait for gold and we go gold. Merc's here.
Wonder who just one.
I'm dead, I guess.
Ulting mid, Mark.
Okay. I'm fine still.
Yumi is there as well. I'm a Moy.
I'm leaving this.
He ult down.
Yeah, me too. Just push left, to be honest. Don't think you can get anything here.
Yeah, I just don't want it to go gold.
Oh my god, bro. What is this guy doing?
Is the mirror back here still?
Your right
Okay, take
tower
one left.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your
Oh,
right
boy.
tower is under
Ymir is there
attack.
as well.
Ymir's here, yeah.
Okay.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
that's
is
done.
under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Are we getting a spectral here, Sobek? Difficult 2 going crit.
I can get it as well if we need to.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, I definitely should go for it. Otherwise, Merc will just kill me by himself. I gotta get Spectral. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier.
Just do something, man.
You back?
Like, hello?
Ult him.
On my way.
You need ult the boss?
Ymir is in front of me. I'm a Moy though.
Yeah,
I'm coming mid.
ulting. Oh my god, that shield, bro.
Oh, maybe I can get him.
Nice, good shit, bro.
Nice to do. It's fine. You guys just get tower?
Yep, get tier 2 as well, I've got bomb. The fuck?
We should go back there. We can take Pyro.
Coming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Your ult can explode and drop your ult at the same time. Yeah.
Not sure if we even can get that.
There's definitely some weird like animation locking
Nah,
in the two. That's for
Venus
sure.
here as well. Just got mid here.
I'm TPing mid. I don't think we should give this up.
Yeah, I agree. I've got ult as well. Plug her, man! Fucking
can
hell,
probably
man.
I'm here. Let's go to dinner.
I just got Merc ulted.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm ulting this guy. Just kill him. Ymir's here as well.
Yo, that was the first block I saw in the game.
That's cracking down.
Yeah.
We could go for big one, no?
Your team has destroyed
I'm healing off these crystals.
tower is under attack.
Poseidon went right.
Okay.
I ult off.
I'm
He's
warding.
right as well.
I'm just gonna hold push left. I think we'll just push left. Get tier 2.
Destroyed the
Get this.
Yeah, get the tier 2. I can defend right if he keeps pushing. I have ult.
Alright.
Do you just grasp people how to push or to group? Yeah, that's for sure. I think some people just
Go bomb as well.
they get a little too ahead of
Coming up,
themselves
coming up.
sometimes, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back.
I can back for a full road as well. I just want to get the spike.
Oh, so big is that?
I'm defending.
Yeah, I don't mind. Just let him die.
Poseidon's behind you.
Don't get into the fight.
Can try to help you, but I think you're just dead.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't realize I went away.
I mean, I can still ult summon it for you if you want, but...
It's stampeded at least.
Just push right.
Yeah, they're all here. I did not realize my team left. They just all backed, I guess. I thought Poseidon was out of position, but
We can go for gold now. Then left.
Maybe, yeah. I'm gonna hold left, so.
yeah, I don't really know
You
what
guys can
Sobek is
do
doing in this
whatever.
game.
Attack the gold fury.
Maybe I can do it alone. Yeah.
Well, okay. Let's crack him down.
My Mercury's here.
Is
Yeah, I
that
don't
just
know if
full
we're-
CDR
we're, like,
basically? Yeah.
playing so
Yeah, I mean, I died for no reason. That's my fault.
I'll defend left here.
Like, Sobe, can you tank the
Fox
gold?
ulting.
Just get out. This is such a shit fight. Poseidon's
We
spaffing here
is
as well.
done left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Just don't get baited here. I have ult.
They're on
Shoulder
gold.
will defend this, guys.
I mean, we
Shoulder will
don't have to
defend.
give it up. Yeah. I'm here.
We have
Shit.
FG. Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to group first.
I'm here. Let's go.
My ult up too.
Put us-
There you go. Get right tower.
Pyro, maybe.
Yeah.
We get tower
Sure.
from Pyro, maybe. That'll be close.
I can
If he
ult
is
right
pushing
here.
up, we can kill him. Just don't die for this.
I'm ulting him.
Your left
He should.
tower
Oh,
is under attack.
he dies.
The enemy team has destroyed
He used beats and ult.
the tower is under
I'm stuck in minions, bro. Like
That's the
that
thing, no.
ass. I'm here, so we fight this easily.
Just get the Athena stuff.
You get nothing up.
He's just jumped on me. What the fuck? Nah, bro. This guy just hit the luckiest bounce ever. He misses and he still hits me.
I'm just gonna try and get out.
I'm hunting over. Let's we have jump.
Soon, yeah.
No, he still has jump. He has jump again.
your left tower is under attack.
Dude, we can get this Merc. He shouldn't have dashed jump.
He's just fast as fuck.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Left tower is under attack.
I don't have
We're
ult for you,
getting
Rama.
so outplayed on the map. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, we need to stop looking for the solo kills, guys. Like, you've got solo by Hui like 3 times, so we need to just not go in on him.
Like, as soon as we got this left tower, like, we just turbo input for like 5 minutes straight. I got the left here too, and like, the game was
Your
so
left
free
tower
from that
is
point.
under
We just
attack.
don't.
They're looking for you in lift.
Yeah, I'm sitting back.
Ward here.
Okay.
Silence.
How long on fire? Oh, it's
It's
up
up.
now. Second I say it, it spawns.
Enemy spotted.
We could try to bait me here. They're still in this bush.
We should be careful because Ramos just pushing right.
I think so.
How ye?
enemy tower.
Are they all left?
They will
They're
start it
At
because
least 3
Ramos
of
right.
them.
They started.
I
It's going
can
down
try
pretty
to get
fast.
Phoenix.
I'm coming. Let me know
It's
if you
fine,
need
just
a
show
ult.
presence.
Just keep pushing.
Yeah. Miracle down. Side a node as well. Kill this guy.
Oh, I'm getting Phoenix.
That's everything on me. Ymir ult, Kraken.
I mean, I'm charging ult. If
Yeah,
someone
just
shows.
push, I guess. Like, don't die for this.
They're on fire again. Do I try to steal or just live? No.
No, just get
whatever.
out. We'll take a Phoenix for now, but I don't really think this trade is that worth it for us.
I mean, the Merc just misses ult on me, and he's so out of position. He should have just died there.
He ulted me.
Oh, did he?
Enemy team has destroyed.
Yeah, and I got Kraken,
I
then
thought,
Ymir
thought he
ulted.
was looking for me.
Is under attack.
They're pushing mid here. 3 of them.
Do you jump? That's Athena ult at least.
She just jet dashed in.
I'm away now.
I'm coming as well.
I still have ults.
Do something.
I guess we just chill here. They're gonna go for gold.
Kinda went back to get my obsidian.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm looking for this Merc. I've ult charged.
I think we should have a fight here, to be honest.
This Merc ult down.
It's at the mark, at the mark.
Vegas.
Still alive.
I can't help. This wall's in front of me.
Jump in, will you jump in?
That's a lot of shit on me.
Pass behind, just live.
I'm dead. I don't have anything.
Yeah, they're all mid.
Because maybe hold.
I mean, my Sobek is just running away from me. He didn't crack on me at least, so. Yeah, there it is.
But why does he not block my way?
Ah, they just done now. I don't know how the fuck.
Your Titan is under attack.
Just block the Poseidon out. Buy time for me to get there. Nah, that definitely felt like we shouldn't have lost this.
Defeat.
That's tragic. I just don't know what fully happened in duo here. Like, Rama is just getting perma-soloed as well. Like, just stop fighting him. That was also a big issue. Every time we got anything good happening, Rama still died to the Huyi. But it doesn't change the fact that Sobek kind of threw this one by himself in the majority of these fights here. Oh well. That's definitely some damage output right there. Like characters like Maman and like Cirquette, the melee assassins that are generally based around like a lot of bursts, I feel like just will be OP, but naturally in Smite 2. Because the damage is just higher. Like Cirquette will be like Mercury, right? Where the crit based characters are going to be so powerful. Not to mention the magical assassins will also be very powerful, I imagine. Like Alquang, like Maman, potentially Hebo. He's a bit different though. He still functions very much just like a mage. Very, very close range mage. Chronos is another one, yeah. I'm looking forward to Chronos. I just love Chronos. He's just a lot of fun. But yeah, he's interesting because he is obviously more in the ADC. Like the thing is, I don't see Chronos not being OP, and that's just because of what is that item called again? Well, I need to check now. What the fuck is that item called? Nimble Ring. You literally just go full power, right? You just go full power with a Nimble Ring. I don't see how like Chronos wouldn't be completely busted with that build. He also isn't really affected by the um, the nerf to Poly next patch, because you just need one hit anyway. You just go for the stun, you look for one Poly shot on top of everything else that you blow out, like throw at them. And honestly, you don't even need to do that. You can probably just go for full power. You don't even have to go for the attack speed stance. You just go for the one where your next ability hits harder. You just fucking one-shot them with your one anyway. Like I cannot imagine a world in Smite 2 where Chronos isn't OP. His kit is so powerful with how much damage you do in Smite 2 and some of the powerful items. They banned Rama. Is that really necessary? I know Aimstar pretty much only plays Rama, but still. Dodgy, eh? Huh. I'll just play Thana then. Oh! Oh no. And we've dodged. No! No, King! Alright, we'll sit in for 5 minutes then. Wait, let me check his stream. Guess we're just chilling. Gotcha. Alright, he just dodged on purpose then. Because he doesn't want to deal with the dodgy aspect, which is fair. I've met that thing only in cash. I guess once in. No, never mind. I did meet it once in a ranked game. That definitely is too OP to deal with. Granted, I think a lot of shit in Smite 2 is like that. I fucking hate some of the characters in Smite 2, and some aspects are just wild. That being one of them, there is actually just. If she hits late game, she will just one-shot you with her too. It just isn't really fun. Her aspect is definitely not balanced. Wait, how did this fight go so much in their favor? What happened? Was that a big cuckoo ult? It was. It was a gigantic cuckoo ult. And they didn't get a single kill either. That's insane. Personally, Digest is the only thing I hate to play against. The only counter is Nemian. Fair. Like, I hate Sylvanas aspect. Like, this is obviously mainly as a solo lane perspective. If I meet Sylvanas aspect and Osiris aspect for the kind of for the same reason, almost nothing can beat them in lane. What beats them is ganks, or you wait till late game and you still just pounce on them because they're low mobility. But because of Smite 2, that can almost be countered by the fact that Boar exists. So the low mobility that they can still have a dash because of Boar. I think some characters like that would feel better to be against, or just their existence, by being lane bullies if Boar didn't exist. But it gives them an escape, and I hate that. Because they're already so powerful. Like, when you finally catch up to them, after the million damage they do, I mean, Osiris is a bit different, I suppose, because he's also basically full tank. Because he, for some reason, still skills with protection in the aspect. That's still something that I think they need to remove. But even if we just use normal Osiris as an example, like, it's not going to be that different. He's still very, very powerful. I would still argue that he's OP with non-aspect. I just think some of those aspects are just not fair to deal with as a result of you just being able to buy whatever you need. It's not even just those two, just as an example, like for the most part, if you need anything in terms of escapability, or you need like an extra silence, or whatever, you know, you want to be CC immune, or all this stuff like Magi's, but that's always been a thing, so, you know, I guess whatever. But like, if you need an extra silence, you can just go Ansile, or Gargoyle, or whatever the fuck. There's some characters that shouldn't be allowed to do these things. Because it's so extra powerful on a character that already maybe has like 4 CCs. Let's say Cabrakan. Cabrakan already has a CC in every single one of his abilities, if you count a wall as a CC. And so if you add the silence on top of the wall, like, imagine that. You have a stun on your 1, a stun on your 2, a cripple/trample on your 3, and then you add the Ensile to your ult. You literally have a full kit with CC in it. I don't think that's very fair. People aren't really doing it, but it doesn't change the fact that it's OP as fuck. In a game, by the way, with 1 relic, where a lot of people just won't have beats. Like, I would do it if I was an SR slave, probably. I just don't want to play the same shit every game. No. We gotta... So the Cuckoo ults are really nice in the team fights, but are not doing so hot in terms of objective secure. Why did we pick this character, huh? To make plays obvious through 60 ult snipes. So style points. It's not as cool though. Like, it's satisfying to get a nice cuckoo snipe, but it's not that satisfying, I think. Or like in terms of style. Like looking at Ra and Thoth is way cooler. But it's because they're faster, right? They're more instant. Cuckoos relies on a certain amount of luck for them to also at least they got it, but that was a mistimed ult once again. Like the instant snipes are just cooler. Like Karen, I suppose as well, or Chiron. I don't know, not Karen. Chiron snipes are also pretty stylish, but there's also 3 of them, and there's a potential for follow up on that too. But yeah, I mean the fact that Cuckoo snipes rely a bit more on luck as well also means that it's not as stylish, but it is cool and satisfying to see a big Cuckoo ult. Yeah, if you counter and initiate, that's true. That is pretty cool. That is definitely some style points. Yo, go on the Maman, bro. Alright. We don't want to go in, fair enough. It's only if he goes in. The fact that he was looking at like some of the frontliners to go on, maybe he was just watching the team fight, but if he wanted to go in, it definitely shouldn't be on the front line. Unless he can execute. This game is also very even, all things considered. Previous to that 5 giant, anyway. No. I am seeing something here. Why am I support? Do not throw me in this role. Guess I'm playing support. Soul doesn't want to trade.
Select your god.
I'll play Sylvanas, I guess. See how that functions in support. It ain't gonna be the aspect, though. I do think Cuckoo in Smite 2, though, just speaking of the style points on Kukulkan, it is definitely there, and I think especially now that you can dash in the tornado, there are definitely options for some style plays on this character now. He's not just as like one-dimensional as he was in Smite 1. People are butthurt so easily. Yep. Yes, they are, especially in team games where other people, where they can blame other people. Some people will be it regardless of team play or not, but especially in team play. I mean, you'll see it in any team game. If they can blame you for something that is very clearly their own fault, then some people will do that. Like most of the rework, I'm just sad they didn't do much to Yem. Does she need anything though? The thing is, Yemoja's already a very cluttered character. And without them having done anything, she's almost been the best support in the entire time of Smite 2. If they added a +1, she would be the most broken character in the entire game. For the longest time. Yeah, don't want Blazer. I mean, I see her too much in high level play, I'll tell you that much. She's too much in my games. The less she is there, the more I enjoy the game. But that goes for a lot of stuff. Like Yorm is also like like one of the best solos, but I don't see him every game either. I hate when he's there, but he's not there every game. Oof. Execute, nice. That is rough. That is not an engage they should have lost. Wow. That would be nice to be able to cancel the ult, for example. Why would you want to cancel the ult, though? Like, the only thing I can think of is visibility. Because you yourself can walk through it. It doesn't really affect you in that way. Like, it functions differently to like a Ymir wall, you know? Where you can't walk through. But Ymir ult is so overpowered because you can just sit in it and not take any damage. You can just go inside the wall. It's so OP. But the thing that's exactly the thing. High level players know how to abuse her kit very heavily. That's what makes it so powerful too. Do I need beats in this game? Is that? I mean, I guess I have to go Sunder, but
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna need Stampede probably. Oh, they paused. Genix always say let's make it one wall. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way to do it. I think either you make it one wall, or you also just log it into like you also log that your team. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of really bad. That can easily fuck over your entire team if they can't get out of the old either. But I just feel like it's unfair that they can just go through it, because the wall is thick enough to the point where you can just sit inside of it. You can't even get autoed. Like this happens a lot. Like you'll see it happen in duo, where Yemojek ganks, walls in the enemy ADC, and then you as the ADC can just sit in the wall and auto attack without taking any damage because they can't hit you back because you're inside a wall. Like that part of it is just completely OP. It makes no sense. It's so broken because the wall exists there for quite a long time. Sure, you can still take ability damage and stuff like that, but in a brawl, like if you're against like I guess Jing Wei as an example, she has one damaging ability, she cannot hit you, you know? I think part of that just doesn't really make sense. I still think, I just think maybe a good way to quote-unquote balance it is that autos can still go through the wall. Like your allies can. Because the way it functions right now, I think is so unbalanced. And realistically, that has probably always been an unbalanced part of it. I'm not really too sure how that was in Smite 1, or if that was the same, but could make it reduce damage, sure, if it goes through. That's also one way to do it. I could see that. Anyway, I guess I better focus on the support game that I'm very much not gonna enjoy.
Get him! What?
Yeah, just that, that's fine.
Run my H is down.
So it's good.
The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
That should be right jungle.
Set up an ambush here. Gank left lane. Attack the minions. You have my forgiveness. Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
You can't run from your fate.
On my way.
Two in left jungle.
We're here.
I can ult on the Oracle.
Cancel that.
Do you want to fight over this, or I don't know?
No, they don't either. We don't need to. Get out.
Ally has been slain.
Just give the rocks for the rest of the game, I think. The orb just trust the
Yeah,
rush pressure.
probably.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You can't run from your fate.
It's a very niche
I
pro
got
level
the
play that
Gamehunter
rarely
five
anyone
is
thinks about, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, about the emoji wall
Wait on
stuff.
that if you can.
Probably.
Jewel malt.
Unacceptable.
Behind you.
Enemy missing right.
Come around. Take my foot off.
Athena ult and taunt, yeah.
Enemy missing.
Enemies in the right jungle. Through this.
Enemies in the right jungle. Enemies in the left lane. The Gold Fury.
Stick around.
My life may
Rain
fade,
shall wash them
but my
away.
legacy shall endure.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Number 2. Wait, what?
You can't run from your
You wanna invade the purple again?
enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, I'm coming with my Sunder.
Hey, get stunned, kid.
Ram ult down. I'm dead. Safina's here. My bad. Ram, I got no ult. Safina no ult.
I'm coming over.
It's just Sunder. I don't have anything. I don't know why I ulted, that's my bad.
Ultimate is ready.
If you don't wait the purple, they'll just come to purple instead.
Your left tower
Enemy
is under
missing
attack.
left. Sorry.
I feel like we're just kind of making the same mistakes like last game. Like, I don't want to fucking fuck this up just because they have Athena. And it's so easy for Athena to turn a fight.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. You can't run from your fate.
Your right tower is under attack.
Prepare to attack.
I just wish I wasn't playing support, man. I really do.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Safina ult.
Yeah, I was thinking about switching that. That would be better.
Ram ult.
Gank right lane.
They both ulted.
Your
And
middle tower
Fina's
is under
under.
attack.
He's running away.
He's in the back camp.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, bro. Just F6 this game.
Yeah, get me out.
Enemy has been slain.
Just fucking F6.
No.
I'm down. I guess people don't.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was unfavorable.
Your left tower is under attack.
Then we probably know who F6'd.
Your middle
Or
tower
F7'd,
is
I mean.
under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Just trying not to take that kill.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold
has arrived.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's both 1 HP, man.
Your middle tower is
Uh,
under attack.
I definitely think this one should have been a surrender. Like, it just isn't going to be fun for me either. Either way. I don't really care if we win this one. I'm just not going to have fun in support. Like, there's a certain part of support that is fun
He's gonna ult me
if your team
probably.
is winning, but playing support when your team is losing, that ain't fun.
What the fuck, man?
Can we surrender now?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
You can't run from your fate.
Okay, my ult didn't go off. Sure.
Defeat.
I just don't know how I ended up in support. It's quite literally my 5th role. How I'm ever getting this role means the matchmaking fucked up so much. Like, I need to recheck. It literally is. How? How am I getting the role then? It shouldn't even be possible. Like, the fact that you can get your 5th role, like, what if everyone has it 5th though? Then it just shouldn't put us in the same game. It should prioritize people who then wants to play their main roles, you know? I get it. I mean, there's probably not enough players for that, but still. That's still a fuck up on the matchmaking's part. No one who has something in their 5th role slot, like arguably 4th as well, shouldn't be getting those roles. Otherwise, that system is just flawed. What's the point of choosing them? I understand sometimes getting your 2nd and 3rd, that's fine. But 4th and 5th is just... sheesh. Like, I think in very rare cases, I think getting your 4th, sure, whatever. But getting your 5th should never happen, I think. Maybe that's just me, though. You're literally saying this role is the one I'm by far the worst at, I should not get this role. And still the game gives you that role, you know? Not to mention our 2nd pick. Like, that's the thing as well. I'm 2nd pick and I'm getting my 5th picked role. That's another worst part of it. If I was last pick, sure, you know? Because then you don't get much of a say in it. But I'm quite literally the 2nd highest SR on our team. I should have some kind of priority to something, you know? But anyway. Fuck. Who is it that wants to play this fucking Merc?
Select your god.
Should have banned it again. I don't really want to play a set again though. But maybe I should.
E-set.
Because I even worse want to deal with it on top of a Mercury. I'll pick it for the better in this one. I could try the heavy healing build on the set. With like Vamp Shroud and all that. She's probably a character that can make work with that build. Maybe. Granted, I don't think she's the best with it. It's that temp guy who wants to play Mark. Let's see. I think if I'm gonna try this build in a set, this has to be the game anyway, because I'm against Baron and I probably won't be able to kill him anyway. So might as well just farm. But this build will literally not be online until you hit level 20. This is a I'm looking into the future type build. You're praying until you can actually function normally. Granted, I mean I'm still a set, which is kind of why I want to do this too. You know, a character that should be able to do this while still being useful.
Have fun.
But fuck it, I want to try it. Question is how I start my first item though. I'm pretty cooldown reliant in this build. Not too sure if Sphere of Negation is worth it here. Also, wait a second. No, it is Baron, so it's okay. It's Danza support. Gotcha. Not sure if I want to go Triton's Conch. Probably actually. Oh, let me do this. This makes the most sense. I'll do Boar first because I'm against Baron, and I'm gonna need it.
Sorry.
Have fun.
Thanks.
We'll see how this goes.
Minions have spawned.
That's too bad.
Clearly, it doesn't matter much what I do in these games anyway. Still pretty good damage. Great start to duo as usual.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Baron is so fucking boring to be against. It's actually insane.
Enemy has been slain.
This character is just so boring when you don't have mobility. You have no counterplay to him.
Enemy has been slain.
Granted, I guess I shouldn't be whining much because I'm playing a set as well. Kind of another bullshit character.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Ultimate is ready. Rain, wash them away.
Stay back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Savable.
Enemy has been slain.
Aegis on Baron as well. That's a big W counter gank. Goddamn. I should have been cooked.
Oh, the party's this way.
Enemy ultimate down.
I'll take it. Probably should have been dead there, but we fucked up.
Enemies in the left jungle.
I'm just gonna get bored and then back the fuck off. It's all a matter of time before Merc maybe shows up now.
Enemy ultimate down. Fabuloso. Your middle tower is under attack.
Starting with this definitely hinders my damage.
I
On top of the fact that I also went for this Vamps route, but it'll be fine. I might just go straight into a Spectral to make sure Merc will never become an issue for me, because I know I'm gonna have to get it anyway.
Enemy missing right.
It's either that or go for some kind of like hybrid item. I could go 3 negation.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing right.
Stay back. Foul. We have vanquished
Ally
a
has
great
been
foe.
slain.
Kneel before me, foul creature.
Your right tower is under attack.
I've definitely reached a point where I just don't want to fuck with Baron. It's not worth it for me.
Feel my wrath.
The rain shall wash them away.
Okay. Catch. Be quiet.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's time. Free your soul.
Baron ult down.
Other side.
Tried to fucking Aegis.
Just play your life. I get him.
Merc ult down.
Did he dash?
I don't think so. Maybe it did.
Kill.
I guess he did. Like guess I somewhat remember hearing it, but I was too fucking busy running away.
An enemy has been slain.
He probably has TP, I would imagine. Maybe not, maybe he used it already.
Your right tower is under attack.
Foul creature. You have vanquished a great foe. Close one.
Baron ult and Dan's ult in the back.
Both there.
Enemy spotted. Save yourself.
Nice, so out of position too. Let's grab this. I tried to throw my ult. Did you guys see that as well? My like she even said it, like the fucking animation for it and everything, and my ult didn't go off the first time I pressed it. I literally don't know why. That's so weird. I got so confused by that. Ah, okay, I know I'm here. Hello, Seagull. Good to see you.
On my way.
What are you running around doing? You're playing something else, or are you busy with school and studying and all that? Fuck. It's so hard to last at the big one.
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful, Ryan.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. Enemy missing middle.
Just playing League, to be honest. Well, the next week I'll be doing actually doing school shit majority of the time. Fair enough. That sounds like a fine use of your time.
Enemy right lane.
I'll get Sphere of Negation next, I think.
Enemies in right lane. On my way.
Eating like a baby.
Bask in phenomenal.
Roslo.
Wash them away.
Fuck, it didn't insta pop again. Sheesh.
I love a good funeral. I'd rather it not be mine.
Good thing I'm tank. Criminal. It kind of is. I can't believe I survived that. That's so funny. What's the solo meta looking like? Really shitty. The worst it's ever been. But it's also pretty much the same. It's just more shit added to it. Now you have Sylvanas aspect being a piece of shit as well.
Your right tower is under
On
attack.
my way.
Your team
You have shit like Osiris obviously still being broken as fuck. You still have Bjorn being broken as fuck. And it's just the usual, it's the usual shit.
tower has been destroyed.
Chase the enemy. Enemy ultimate down!
Enemy has been slain.
Bro, just turn on the Medusa instead. The dancer support, I don't care about him.
Your right tower is under attack.
She's so bad, bro. I did not realize how much damage she was gonna do even though I'm fucking full tank with already a full spectral.
Has been destroyed.
And I don't really have the cooldowns to support that decision right now. Shit, man. I heard Hades is broken? Surely not. Surely we're not back to the Hades is broken situation. I definitely don't think he is, but... He's strong, but not if you put him against the usual bullshit like Osiris, like... I mean, even Baron, to be fair. Baron, Azet... I don't know. Unless there's like a new hybrid build or something that makes him really OP, then... Yeah. Oh, you guys just joking. He's at his backs. He does have boar as well. Just give that right.
On my way.
I see some huge Hecate plays.
Wash them away.
Fire.
Your team destroyed a right enemy tower.
Medusa's missing. Do I have to go?
Baron is here. Can we just go?
Enemy has been slain.
It's getting a little too scary. Because then it was pulled out of my stun as well. It's like, no. My life was flashing before my eyes.
I'm coming from it. I should not give this.
Suku is never banned in my games anymore. Like, literally never. He's only banned if you see, like a really good player. Like, if Adapting spams Suku, he'll be banned. But otherwise, people just don't ban him. Kinda really want it back.
Enemy ultimate down!
I'll wait until my team is also back in.
It's the pyro, the gold. I'm gonna back up the pyro and get
Has destroyed the pyramid.
Let's grab this shit now. It's time. Now I just need 20. And I'll be healing a little bit. But yeah, I mean, instant CC characters will just fuck Hades. I think that's his main issue now. Like, Hades is one of those characters, especially coming out of solo. If you can make him work as hybrid, but he just isn't as scary, I think. So you have to go full damage to really be a threat. And if you go full damage on Hades, all you need to stop him from doing anything is generally just a single CC. To stop his initial initiate. If you do that, he doesn't get that big surprise initiate that he really needs to make an impact.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
They're counter pushing. What are we doing about it?
I mean, just smash it with 2 people. If there's 3 matches, just double push. Right.
The back in the back.
Merc isn't right.
Your left tower.
Okay, then we need to be careful in
Play
right.
back.
You guys need to play back.
Yeah, I'm
until
falling
we
back a
push
bit.
up mid. Just let us push mid up and then we push again. We need the mirror to come now. We should probably get both here too if we play together.
Devils, they still see you if your 2 is active. It doesn't hide you.
That makes me sad.
Against a good token, right?
Yeah, we should maybe play to 5 here. What's that now?
Let's Baron ult, Merc ult. Beats on Danzo.
Your team
No
has
feelings.
destroyed a right enemy tower. Right enemy Phoenix.
A little unstable.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
The pyramid.
Stay back.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Don't let him. Don't help, don't help.
Just don't help. That's Merc ult down. What else? I wanted to speed so badly and they all fucking showed up. I almost got out too. It's so tragic. If I didn't jump that way, I might have survived. Because Danzo's the one that ended up catching me. And he was just on the other side. That's so tragic to think about.
Retreat. Retreat.
Man, I just wanted speed, but you know what? Since they didn't get anything out of it, I'll say worth it. Because now Merc doesn't have it, and I'll take it. That's still a W.
Be careful. On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, that's secure.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Me, I'm calling for retreat. Why we're not falling back? I don't know why they went back into mid.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
I feel my power
Now should
growing.
definitely be very tanky. With a good amount of sustain. Man, it sucks to have Medusa too. If she dashes me, well, all of this is in vain.
Where's the gold, guys?
I'm
Oh,
grabbing the
it's,
mid thing so we can get the pushers.
Be careful, middle.
It's better knockdown.
Counter their curses.
That makes me sad.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What would actually be the best option for me? Probably something like this, so I can get cooldown and double prots. Because they're very split, like I need protection against both equally amount, I think. Ra hurts like a motherfucker at this point in time. And obviously the Merc as well as the Medusa. Probably my biggest problem is the Medusa, but... I also do want them to hit me.
Retreat!
Ein Schiller ganz Bruder?
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower.
We don't have any sentries.
The bomb, play for pyro. You bait them in there. They have to defend this.
Dance ult. He's ulting behind in mid.
The rain shall wash them away.
It's fine, it's the pyro. Ignore him.
Yeah, I'm just getting the wave.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Oh, this guy.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed the fire shot.
We didn't use any of the bombs.
I'm going to.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of my build didn't really work out, but I mean, I'm still just a tanky asset being able to CC, so as long as someone else can deal the damage, it'll work out. Yeah, damage was pretty low on my end in this one, but that's full tank for you. Usually, I definitely have a bit more damage. I like on Conduit, because I think her early game is so powerful already that I can just poke so hard and actually legitimately fight early on with Conduit. Just one-shot the wave and start fighting instantly. I like that. This isn't really a build. I mean, it was also a bit... I was improvising a little bit in the beginning. Whereas Axe Asset is untradeable. I mean, I just think Asset in general early on is untradeable. Warrior's Axe makes sense as well, yeah. She just one-shots the wave. Like, anything that one-shots the wave makes it very difficult to fight back, because you suddenly have a full wave on you. If you can't one-shot it, then you're gonna die to the wave if you fight, so... That's just the nature of it. I mean, I guess they are first pick, so I understand why we would bend that cheap regardless, but that's alright. Butts is still open at least. And they picked it. Question is, what do I play now? I could do moderate.
Select your
Actually,
god.
into their team comp, maybe I hit up a Thor. I'll do Thor.
This cause so much pain.
It's Minion as well on his butts. I don't know who the Ymir is, but he's clearly pretty good. Could just be an ult. He was definitely playing with confidence in the last one. Also, wait a minute, is this a solo Aladdin? I guess so.
Oh yeah!
Yes.
Guess I need beats this game. What can you do?
More tools of torment.
Maybe I go for a safe start. I cannot risk losing to Aladdin. That'd be really bad for us. I'll just do this. Like, this shouldn't really hurt my start all that much. I'll have pretty low damage though with a warrior's axe on the minions. But at least with sustain, I'll be there.
Greetings. Greetings.
War here. No problem.
Attack again.
What the hell happened with? Yeah, he's starting aggressive as usual. I expect no less.
Deadass, he did the same shit to me yesterday.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, like, it's so fucked.
It's a power wish at least. Suppose I'll take it.
W.
Man, Nika plays the game too much. He knows all the strats. I did not expect that level 1 Aladdin to do enough damage to kill though. That's actually wild. I don't know if creeps had a big impact on what happened, but... That was fucked. And with pots not being as powerful anymore, no chance of me surviving it fast enough.
Missing middle. Okay, this entire team is just here.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bruh. I mean, that's like, I just kill him there, but
Yeah, I mean, I tried to go for the red first. Should have just gone to you straight.
Now that
Wait,
I
it's
lost
fine, we
blue,
get
I'm
both, I
fucked,
think.
man. I'm so mana hungry on
So he's
Thor,
just walking there now.
especially without bluestone.
Nice.
Completed.
I think we also just leave the rocks. He's too fucking fat over here.
Left tower.
yeah, fuck that, bro. I ain't playing around you this game.
Yeah, leave me.
I mean, at least you're playing Thor, you can just max your 1 and kill waves.
But blink on bots.
Going rocks.
Be right back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like do my right side jungle, maybe gank right. We'll see. I mean, I'm down to farm it up anyway on this board, so.
You know, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine here eventually. I don't really think this is a big issue. It just really sucks dying early in this matchup when I shouldn't be losing it. That's a fucking Thor. And Aladdin's early game is generally really weak, but the fact that you can just... I mean, it's good to know. Like, I don't even mind that this happened, because now I know that's actually a
He's
thing
just left jungle.
that can be done.
I'm just gonna come right.
Your left tower is under attack.
I would not have thought Aladdin had enough damage to kill at level 1.
It rains to wash them away.
You learn something new every day.
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay.
Cancel.
Yeah, we kill this Zeus. Go.
Let's go.
Go out of position.
I've got stun now.
'Cause I'm pretty sure I'll still
Speed's
reach a
gone out
point
with
where I
lots of-
finish my first item and he shouldn't really be able to fight back just yet.
Yeah, I'm on mid. I'm gonna go with my speed first. If the buttons on red, I can hold it.
Okay.
It's more of a level thing, I
Solo.
suppose.
I'm gonna regang dual lane. This bottom doesn't have beats.
Once my spin does enough
Go for
damage,
it,
I
man.
think I'll be able to win trades. And I can just beat his ult.
More than enough time, he's just on speed now.
At this on speed, yeah.
Artemis is sitting bent over in the tower.
It's fine. Just you guys do the speed. I'm gonna contest.
They're going oracles.
Remember, this Zeus has no beats.
Really sucks that I'm losing out on a lot of
He's
farm
all-in
though.
me.
Fuck. He does have a lot of XP on me here.
At this
I mean,
coming
I'm gonna
right,
back in a
guys.
sec.
He's pathing right. I want to back. I fulled off. Just careful a bit.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, you see him. I'm just gonna farm and I'm gonna get the third one.
I don't have TP up though, so he's gonna go for it
That's a
now.
lot and all down.
Alright, I'm gonna ult this guy in purple then. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Blood and all down beats. I don't know why I didn't beats. I think I tried. Was it stuck in animation? I don't know if that matters.
You got
I
him,
guess
it's fine.
I just didn't press it in time.
Did we just kill this guy?
Nah, I don't wanna. Just try to.
Yeah, sure.
It might be a butts.
It's a fuck up on my
Yeah.
part.
I'm always fine there.
That's what I get for hammering, I
Yep,
suppose.
little monkey from the You guys can we look for purple again so that we can invade that.
We backed in right.
I have a ping as well for the purple.
Emoji's on the backs. Sitting bush here. Maybe I can get Zeus. He just warded this bush.
Play for poke.
Yep.
I'm on the way.
I'm coming. I'll be late though, Zeus is gonna be there first too.
I lost it.
Okay. Thanks, Spin, for not going off, I guess.
Zeus is under you.
I might be fine. I'm fine.
I've got on bots. Oh, you do that.
Nah, there's no way I'm alive.
Go on, Zeus. Stunned? Yeah, nice.
An enemy has been slain.
No way he's just backing there, bro. What the fuck is he doing?
What a fucking reject. Good the gold.
Yeah, sure.
I let an ult down.
We just juggle it.
Yeah, I guess.
Come on over. They're close. but I
It's
think
gonna
we
be
have to-
close.
No. I think we're fine.
I'm just saving my O2.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Nice.
Your left tower is under attack.
I have no mana for you. That's my bad. I'm stunning him for you.
This is coming
Huge.
by the guys.
Them away.
I'm just gonna let that wave go to my tower.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
They're gonna get the mid ritual shit thing.
I like how no one actually says the name of it.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know. That shit's like the worst game mechanic of all time.
Your right
They
tower
just did this.
Literally no one
You can
ever
take
says
this
the
if you want.
mechanic. It's so funny to me. They just call it the whatever the shit. The mid thing, whatever.
Oh my god.
I always end up saying the mid thing.
That's Zeus and Yamoja ult and Humbat's blink as well.
Right, I'm ulting over to all lane. Fuck it.
No, he's
I made this my own
almost done.
foul.
think
I
he's
put
leaving
myself
it.
out of position. He's just fucking gone.
That's gonna be fine in his tower.
That's fine.
That's Bud's hold and a lot not.
guessing you fucking dead.
Probably. Maybe. Yeah.
Potentially.
I was so close.
I can defend left. Bot's
Man.
keeping right.
If I just juke the bot's stun. Or not bots, the
He's
teleport.
a late.
Oh, we kill him.
He actually left. the
Slash
tower
still
for once.
good. It's okay.
Go on the Shimojo.
It's not broken anymore. It's just a viable item now, so that's nice. It's still like a good hybrid item for when you need both strength as well as magic protection.
Aladdin is in base.
That's their
You can
beat.
also get imps here, I think. There should be imps for free.
It jumped on me.
I can maybe kill him. I don't know.
There's no point for me coming there. That's team beats down on Emoji, by the way, not Zeus beats. Nice.
Nice.
Holy fucking flick. Aladdin beats.
Managed to juke the jump, that's also very lucky
Emoji
for me.
down.
Gold spawn.
How the fuck did I almost turn on you? I mean, he's just really fed.
Fucking let's see.
Being 2 levels up with 2 items already will do that. I don't even have my second item finished, yeah.
That's from Bats and Zeus all down as well.
I can rotate soon.
I'm getting the Shimojo.
I'm on the way. Stay on the butts. I can live again. You don't.
Oh, they're all dead.
What are they doing?
Good rotation.
Gold?
Gold's up, I think we just do gold here, yeah.
Yeah. Aladdin rotated.
Fuck you, Tusky.
The rain shall wash them away.
He's gonna try to
He
kill
fucking
me
left
here.
his tower
He's
needed
here.
to die, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's fucking jump.
He caught me no fucking way, man.
For sure it was
Jesus
me.
Christ. Yeah, I thought as well, and it just went straight through all of you.
Yeah, he missed us all and hit you.
Yeah.
I can't leave. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
I got Titans now, I'm pretty fed.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm still fucking 2 levels down, man. I didn't really get any fire. I didn't get any of the kills there. That's not true, I got bots actually. But since Aladdin also got a kill, it kinda evens it out, I suppose.
We just killed the Shimojo here, to be honest.
I could TP mid actually.
Aladdin could rotate, careful.
I'm TPing mid. Do you look for an iris ult or something?
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower.
Combat ult.
I lost my tower, I suppose. Fuck it, I'm rotating anyway.
Consus, consus.
Oh yeah?
Fabuloso.
Get mid tower. I'm gonna ult this Aladdin, bro. Fuck it. Where is he?
He's still here.
Destroyed a middle enemy.
Why the fuck did he go? Oh, there he is.
He actually still got me, that's insane.
And he's back.
He just hit my mortality away.
What a lovely character, man.
I mean, honestly,
It's
like,
fine,
doesn't
they made him
matter. His name
simpler,
is
guys.
pushed up. His wave is pushed up as well. Like, what is he even wishing for? Wait, is he
Some
gonna
more
run out of
bitches.
his wave here? I could just fucking try to kill him.
Good thing they made him more simple, right?
Maybe he's
That's
not.
great.
Nah, it's just,
Just not tank it to him at all.
An enemy has left the game. Completed. An enemy has returned.
I'm trying too hard to bait in these exchanges. When I could probably just get the fuck out.
My man.
Enemy missing.
Oh, what a good wish. Get oracles.
Attack. Enemy missing middle. Completed.
I'm gonna sit this bush. They're gonna commit.
Aladdin TP. From portal, I think.
Jesus Christ.
I'll just grab the tower then, I guess.
Yeah, just push.
That's all their ults.
I have CDs.
Good chain.
Aladdin is going mid, guys.
That's Aladdin all down. I mean, that's everything.
That is fucked up. Looking gold.
Yeah. Aladdin is coming left, Enter.
Okay, I'll just fall back then.
I died to the Hunbat, so now he's even. Clean.
Love that.
Rewarding gameplay. No beats on Artemis, by the way.
The pyromancer has
I
arrived.
can look to gank him as well then.
I'm fucking sad.
Yeah, you can TP. TP now if you want. I'm gonna ward here and check where. I don't know where the bus is.
Thank you,
I'll take
back.
the Artemis.
I'll just TP now while I
I
have
don't
a
know
ward
where she
here.
is. She has ult.
That's her ults, that's her ults.
We just tore down her and she dies. No beats.
Homebots is in mid, you guys are fine.
I'm gonna TP mid.
Jesus
Ah,
Christ,
no,
what is he
Michael.
doing?
Ah, fuck, I should have flagged down gold. I think we could have done gold.
Blink bots down. I have to back. I have TP up though.
Aladdin's here.
I'm TPing right. Try to come to the tower.
No, Aladdin is gonna chase her.
On my way.
You guys could just
Getting with you. Do you need to
That's his
invite
ult.
back?
Oh my.
kill them, kill them.
You're just dead. You can get mid tower if you
Coming
want.
over, I'll pop
I
with you.
pre-beast earlier. That sucks. Like, how is he doing more damage now than before playing fucking hybrid? That's so weird.
Maybe gold.
Yeah, he's even left out of the play now.
What if I go
Looking
Phoenix
for us,
Feather? Just fucking heal.
There's two here. We
Is that
under-
that or like Ensile?
They know. They worded me.
Yeah, I'll back for Oboe. I'm pretty strong here.
Okay.
I need to cool down.
Just gonna chill them. Careful Ares.
I have all in 15.
Like that just
I
seems
don't have some
insane.
for you. That's what sold as well. He just used everything on him.
Obviously he has like these two first, but this is a hybrid item. This is a hybrid item, and that's full
Maybe
tank.
Ares reset
And
and
even
we
then,
can
he did
gold.
that much damage to not like a carry
Who's
who's
the
same
pirate
level
here?
as him on Hu Yi, and that much
Mhm.
damage to me as
could
well. And
dash
sure,
back,
Mojo was a little bit a part of it, but
She's on
I
me.
that
will
was
stop
mostly
it, yeah.
Aladdin damage that I
Your
could not have done
She's
anything
done as
about.
well.
Under attack.
Just love that she can still use it 3, even though she's chained.
Makes no sense. Fucking.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Aladdin is here.
We have one in left.
Let's start him assault down.
It's just their gold.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has
Fuck.
destroyed a right enemy.
Damn.
On inside you.
Just gonna oh. Damn.
That's my 2-way.
They're starting
Otherwise,
fire.
you actually
On fire,
still
put a
get in
fire,
there.
put a fire.
I can do this. You walk over.
Yep.
You guys need to show presence.
Your team has destroyed.
I mean, it's on AK still.
They're gonna just cancel it. They have nothing to lose, basically.
They're leeching it.
Okay, nice. It's all you, big boy.
You move like a jaguar. Move. Completed.
My goal, man.
Curses.
Artemis is there.
I was hoping to see if I could stop the bots.
Enemy has been slain.
Lamp down Aladdin.
Ourselves, maybe?
That's what this fucking
Hold
crazy
them
guy goes. What the
I'm
fuck?
Okay.
Nice, my fucking one gets.
Oh, we're all dead. What the fuck? Not bad.
You're fine, you can get out. My one gets fucking
Oops.
180.
I thought we
It's
just
easy
wiped
effort.
them, so I pulled.
Yeah.
He didn't move!
Yo, who is this
Still
storm, man?
hassled, guys. What?
the fuck?
Okay.
Figure the
They
back
probably just
up.
came up.
Fuck me.
They are aping you.
Who's out of
Fight that shit, bro.
I
Easy.
don't think I can.
After you now.
I don't think they can. We have TP or anything. Mid tier 2 is
Well,
out.
that
I
was fucked.
don't.
We just got fucked up there.
I have TP.
I even got a huge stun on the Aladdin there, so there wasn't even.
I don't have
He wasn't even a part of it. That is just
Maybe
purely
go fish
bots.
it, so that's fine. They're not
Yeah, but
even
they're just gonna
that
slam
fast.
this. I just don't have beat, so I'm just gonna go in and out.
I do.
6k. 6k.
What have fun then.
But the bot's though.
I'm hitting the Emoja.
Humboldt is here. That's to your left. Nice.
Your team has destroyed.
Zeus.
I'm ulting, guys. I'm ulting, guys.
Beats Artemis.
Hang on the back.
I'll just wait for you then.
Enemy
Go on this
Artemis
Artemis.
is out of mana somewhere with dagger.
Here.
Yeah, I think I can make it. I think I have enough mana for this shit. I'm coming. I'm on the Aladdin. I'm going Aladdin.
I'll just fucking get
That's a lot of
Spectral
knockdown as
anyway.
well.
They don't have a crit, but
Oh
it's
wait,
still
she's
nice.
still here.
Nice, run at him.
I don't think I reach. No, fuck.
Your team has destroyed a left
Can we push this
enemy
without the
tower.
minions? I think we can.
I don't
Surely.
know.
Yeah, no, it's up, it's up. I don't think we can. Just go.
You could just don't risk it.
I'm actually the lowest level right now.
I can solo pyro.
Yeah, yeah. Just get me tower together, guys. Actually, we get it with bomb. Just leave, just leave. The bomb will finish. Alright.
Let's Magi some bots.
Destroyed the Pyromancer. Destroyed a middle enemy
I'm gonna reset real quick. I think I'm gonna go Magis this game. Fuck it. All 4.
Enemy spotted.
I'm gonna look for Zeus here, maybe. Does it beats? Never mind.
I'm
sorry.
not sure.
I'm not in mid, guys.
No clue. We should
Yeah, we're fine.
I mean, yeah, let's just push right.
Artemis and Zeus are sitting corner in mid.
Is under attack.
Hey, can we just get the right tower, guys?
Oh, that's Humboldt though, man.
Artemis is down.
Just chill, guys.
Gamma ult is out. They use absolutely everything.
Yeah, we just go right.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Come out, Timo.
In range to wash them away.
They're both really low.
Can we get mid?
That's Humbot's Magi's down.
I can't tank it for long.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Bots blinked into the Gamehunter5 That's so funny. Just blinked and I got knocked back instantly. Does this give me 20? Doesn't. Fuck. I need 20. Too bad for Nico. I mean, it happens sometimes, you know, like... I'll have games too where I, like, literally kill my opponent like 4 times. In my last stream, I believe that did actually happen. I would solo kill my opponent so many times, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes as solo, it just does not matter what you do.
I guess we just group for this.
Because you're building somewhat hybrid, usually, like
hype.
hybrid and or tank, you can't really kill a whole team by yourself unless you're
I think
playing a
that's
really
like,
broken character.
what, 2 minutes? 90 seconds?
Oh, he's bugged?
I'll
He can't
check.
Nemean or Lamb or Lash anymore. Oh.
Oh,
That's so
it's,
weird.
50.
That's just an weird landing
Pyro's
glitch.
up right now.
Just get the ritual, I guess. Just get the ritual pyro here. I think I should get
Someone
an
boarded
Magi
pyro.
before this.
One of them is here.
Yeah, let that thing pull. You can jump off a Yemo ult.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
I'll go speed. I want Magi's before this fight, guys. So.
Your right tower
turn
is
it on.
under attack.
Probably have wards here. I want to remove them.
I need 500 for start. I'm just gonna try to get it.
But this isn't really a huge threat, because he has Blink, so if he's a seam he just dies, but because of Magi's that's not really the case. So I want to remove it. Those just bugs that can ruin the games.
Yeah, more here.
100%. Unfortunately,
I have Magi's now.
I got
a lot of
that
characters
so
are like that in
fucking
Smite too. They'll just glitch the
Yeah,
fuck
just
out.
pull fire here, maybe.
Well, the big obvious one is obviously Morgan. She just creates
easily.
bugs.
The rest is on, but we don't have Agni with us.
Aladdin knows.
I don't think we stated this.
Yeah, leash it.
Just wait for this shit. They need to do something.
I'm here now.
Aladdin
Just
ulted.
ulted with AoE beats.
Wait, what? Okay.
Magi's and bots.
I have massive damage in the back. Humbos is 1 shot. Get us Aladdin. That's his beats. I need some help in the back, guys.
Aladdin's still pretty healthy, but he's gone on alive. Behind you guys.
He's here, he's here, he's here.
I mean, you guys need stand. Just ignore it.
Good shot.
The game, GG. Imagine if we have re-ravish here, man. Dude, I don't think it matters, but...
Yeah, I mean, I definitely got carried in this one.
Victory.
I had some good stuns, so I definitely wouldn't say I was useless, so I'll take that, but I mean, that's very low damage. Ares did more than I did. If he also lost stats for that, that's crazy. He just so he literally just lost the item. I did not. Okay, I misunderstood what you said in chat then. I thought he just lost the the active itself, not the whole item. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Try to rebuy it twice. I mean, that's really bad. That's definitely even worse than I thought. Then that is pretty game breaking, yeah. Because that just ruins your like fucking income. You just spent so much gold buying an item and then it gets removed. Especially if you had to rebuy that same item too. That is definitely bad. Yeah, hopefully they. I mean, at least. I mean, on the bright side of things, it happened on stream, and on Nikon of all people, so he can easily just it's recorded what happened. So hopefully they can fix it pretty fast. That usually helps if it's just recorded like that. It's a huge team fight. Thano coming out big. It's definitely hard to end in Smite 1. Like, Titan is not made of paper in the same way. I think it's the same with towers. It's just structures as a whole. It's just too easy to kill in Smite 2. There isn't really anything like stopping you from just hitting it and killing it in seconds, if you're allowed to hit it. I would like it to be a little more tanky, personally. I do prefer it in Smite 2 though. I mean, that's fair. I understand why people think that. I just don't like making a single mistake and losing my tower for it. I think it's really unsatisfying. Like, if it was against an ADC, sure. But it's not. It's literally just against a normal character. Like, I don't really think, like, it doesn't have to be the towers themselves. Like, I just mean, like, it would be nice if, like, they added the tower rocks back, where if those are still up, at least the tower is more tanky, but you have to kill those things first. You know, stuff like that I think would be a bit nicer. I just feel like there's nothing that stops you from just taking the tower. It's too easy. Alright, I need to see what's happening here. What I want to play.
Select your god.
I'll do that raw build. Actually, that was a bad time to do it. I just realized we picked Afro as well.
Oh, goodness, that's such short notice.
Bad time to do it, but whatever. Yeah, Afro Rob is a SERP. That's actually, you're right. Why the fuck did I pick this now? That was a terrible choice. Oh my god. If we win this, I'll be fucking surprised. I wasn't looking, man. I was just thinking, what did I want to play? Mistakes were made. I'm into Mordred as well, which is going to be not a fun matchup early on. It's one of the few matchups I'd argue that Rob probably doesn't win, because Mordred is just too good at going on someone with low mobility. It's full command and go lifesteal build. I was gonna go full tank and go for the proc, like item proc build. Like Phoenix Shield, like Lat Shield, you know, like Vamp Shroud, like that build. Because Raz 2 still, on every single hit, still procs item effects. You can get a shit ton of healing out of this ability. So I would just go for the build that makes you unkillable. Problem is, the fucking 3-headed dog is gonna steal all my healing. Don't think he steals Phoenix, so it could work. I wonder if he steals Vamp Shroud. Like, I think I'll just go for it regardless. I think I need to at this point, because otherwise what's the point of me even picking this? I kind of forgot the exact build though. Either way, I'll probably have to go for Phoenix Shield first.
This will most assuredly see you.
I don't know. I think I have to do this.
You exceed my calculations.
Yeah, I'll start it safe. I just cannot risk falling behind here. I'm not mentioning for sure, but I don't think he can steal percentage-based HP. Gotcha. I do think maybe I actually just start with what's it called? Yogis, to try and make myself unkillable. Problem is, if I start with something like that, I feel like I just won't have any damage to kill the waves. I fear for my push power. I'm just concerned on how to start this. In a way that doesn't hurt me. You're still in the way, I gotcha, my bad. I'm new at streaming. Oh, the clear is gonna be bad. Sheesh, I'm gonna miss a creep. Oh man, it's been years since I missed a creep. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to try and see if I can let the wave come to me in this one. Otherwise it's gonna zone me. I know how Yeto plays this game, and it's not with honor.
by cosmic force. You are no match. I sense your fear.
It's for dishonor, specifically.
Embraced by divine renewal.
Right there's my point. I should have even expected that. Of course he was just waiting for me to walk up.
In celestial
That's how he plays.
restoration. Illuminated brilliance.
And I missed another creep, so I'm just not level 5 or 3.
They're gonna come to you guys.
Embraced by divine renewal.
How does that give so little XP that I'm not even... What the fuck? How did I not even hit level 3 of that? Dude, there's no way he's zoning too? Are you kidding me? That's so insane. Why are we zoning, bro, in rank? Oh my god.
Celestial restoration.
It's the dishonor I'm talking about.
All by cosmic force.
Some people just need that SR so badly.
Darkness. Illuminated brilliance.
Merc on me here.
Enemy missing.
Motor's coming as well, yeah. I don't know, do you think we can fight this?
I think my Yanis is strong. He's 5. He's here as well.
By divine renewal.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I do get him? Alright.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That works. I'll take it.
I think we skip out of those imps for now.
Sure, man.
I can TP there if you want. I can heal with my ult.
Throw bot down.
Yeah, I don't know where the Merc is though.
He wasn't right.
Merc is right.
Another victory for the celestial by divine renewal.
Very
Witness
nice.
the demise of a worthy foe. Eclipsed in radiance. By cosmic force.
I need to save my 2 actually.
In celestial restoration.
Gotta save my 2 for when he slows me.
Embraced by divine renewal.
Luckily Ra is somewhat hard to zone because of the 3. I just gotta play this right. I don't really think I can be zoned.
No, his Merc could come right.
Maybe I level my 2 here
I really
actually.
don't wanna
I
get
don't know
this
what to
speed
level like this anymore. I kinda did my 1 for the wave clear.
You can bait this up maybe.
Bask in celestial restoration. Enemy missing.
Merc's left, you're fine. I'm gonna give up the speed on mid because my Yanis isn't there. I'm gonna maybe going right.
They might play up.
Is ready. Embraced by divine renewal.
He's gonna be pretty squishy actually. There's a slight chance I can fight because he's
Odo's
building full
coming here,
damage
guys.
so far.
I'm backing. Odo's coming here.
Bolt and Ansel.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Illuminated brilliance.
We're gonna go gold. But I have Sunder, I can try to steal it out.
Bask in celestial restoration.
That was a big mana support at least. Power on Shandel. I'm coming. I don't know if I can be there on time. Maybe Yana steals it.
The enemy team has destroyed
solo,
the
man.
Gold Fury.
Embraced
This is
by
depressing.
divine renewal.
My fucking afro dipped on me and then ult me. GG.
That's too bad.
Illuminated brilliance.
Your last tower is under attack.
I got fucking Anside. I was like, why can't I play?
First item exile. That's crazy.
Bask in celestial restoration.
His heal is still really good. I should probably level the heal. Second. It's not like my 2 is gonna be very useful for a while anyway. And I just need it for proccing.
Garbage bag.
Embraced by divine renewal. By cosmic force. Bask in celestial restoration.
I'm returning middle lane, but
Eclipsed in radiance. Embraced by divine renewal.
Serb is in the bush.
Get Helm of Darkness for the irony. I could actually. Motor is rotating towards mid.
I'm coming mid too.
He's gonna have a tier like big ult.
Ally has been slain.
I'm here. Sub right in.
On my way. Bask in celestial restoration.
What the fuck is that damage? What do I say, guys?
By divine renewal.
All the rages. Fuck, I was trying to get away so I could ult.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Is that purple up?
No.
Definitely gotta go berserkers as well. I need attack speed. Fucking hell.
Iron has a throwaway thingy. Gate setter.
Embraced by divine renewal. Be careful, right? Bask in celestial restoration. Enemies in right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Eclipsed in radiance.
Enemy has been slain.
Embraced by divine renewal.
Very strong.
This was it.
Move like a jack. Your middle tower is under attack.
left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Darkness fades by cosmic force.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rages on time.
Celestial restoration.
I'm coming mid here.
I'm coming too.
Your middle tower.
He's a Jade Scepter. Is Jade Scepter down on the
So
side?
ult on marker. I had Aegis. Can I get this? Wonderful.
Enemy missing left.
His fucking Jade Scepter, man. What the fuck is that?
Your left tower is under attack.
Illuminated
The thing is, Jade Scepter is still a good item. It's incredibly good for self-peeling. If he doesn't use it there, he probably dies. Unless Mercury ults me, but like I have beats, so...
Window imps.
That item for self-peeling is still pretty legit.
Eclipse in radiance. Bask in celestial restoration. Illuminated brilliance. Embraced by divine renewal.
Coming to you,
Bask
Silver just coming to you.
in restoration.
He jumped.
Darkness fades. Followed by cosmic calls. Embraced by divine renewal. Bask in celestial restoration. Enemy missing right. Embraced by divine renewal. The rain shall wash them away. Your right
Rotate.
tower is under attack. Illuminated brilliance.
Motor's gonna rotate again.
Bask in
I'm not gonna
celestial
rotate, guys, so
restoration.
just live.
Yeah, I don't think I can follow him anyway. So you just get out again.
Embraced by divine renewal. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle
go
tower
gold.
is under attack.
Mordred was there.
Focusing.
Merc has no ult.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack. In celestial restoration.
Fuck, I should have waited. I need so little gold. Yeah, actually. It would be stupid not to just wait for this.
Your right tower is under
Nigga just said your build doesn't work right now? Really? I mean, it did seem like it. That's so bad, bro. Why doesn't it work? I have been notified that my build is bugged apparently, so I might be useless this game.
Yeah, it doesn't work
Embraced by
hard,
divine
bro.
It apparently doesn't
It's
work.
4 patches. Yeah,
That's
it's 4
fucking
patches.
great.
It'll work like half the efficiency next patch again.
That's fantastic.
This is where the guys, they have vocals.
Bask in celestial restoration.
Great, so this doesn't work.
Top, top, top.
That's really cool.
On my way. The enemy has been slain. That went well. Embraced by divine renewal.
Yo, pause Kraken down. We can maybe pull gold here.
I'll stop this back. He's gonna back again.
Yo, game, you need to get a pig, I'm pretty sure. It's a really good pig game for you.
Bask in celestial restoration.
Yeah, I'll get it next. I think we need to fight here.
Oh, I'm not there yet.
Embraced by divine
He's ulting in.
I guess we're just gonna get cooked. The double Mordred ult was just...
But this shit is so boring. We can't find anything. They're just having like a random ass pressure.
The enemy team has destroyed
I mean, I have a fucking Afro support with beads level 1, so from level 1 we can fucking play the game.
Darkness fades. Embrace
What's up, guys? I'll carry you.
Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower in celestial restoration.
I'm definitely not filled with a whole lot of hope for this one, when I'm literally playing a bugged character, apparently. I wish I could just say I'm just gonna go hybrid next, but like my ult doesn't scale, my 1 doesn't scale, so like I just don't do damage in this aspect.
Embraced by divine renewal. All my cosmic forms.
I could just build all into just my 2, but that's like I would just be an ADC then.
Bask in celestial restoration.
Like, why would I even pick this then?
Eclipse in radiance.
Kinda hard to look for picks either.
Yeah, I mean I'm
What do you
this
say?
is useless. Definitely can't play around me.
I guess we just fucking farm it up and hope for the best.
The one reason why I picked this is just for the constant healing, but apparently that's glitched, so I am literally just a Ra that deals no damage. It's so fucked, man. I was trying to flick it. Why am I flicking it?
Please have sex, I actually see the game.
Fuck it. I'm building whatever now.
I am not.
Bask in celestial restoration.
This game is unplayable.
Everyone
Yeah, I mean I'll just leave it up to you guys.
Like,
They
I
all have
can't...
Aegis as well. Not really anyone pushing Aegis outside of me, so I literally cannot kill anyone.
Embraced by divine renewal. Don't trouble yourself.
The enemy team has
Yeah, I think we surrender this.
All my cosmic forms.
Like, if I had a useless or a useful character, I would be down not to surrender. But like, apparently this build is bugged, so I am actually useless.
My more boring laning because of my life. Playing unreal, I lose pressure. Like, what a fucking joke.
You guys are legit depressing, man. It's insane.
I mean, it's not fun, innit? What do you want us to say?
You did also like kind of take all 3 kills that I needed to be fed this game, so... Okay.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
What life could have been if I was like 4-0.
The enemy
Yeah, I'm just a Ra with no
destroyed
damage.
the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm the worst hunter in the game.
Take this jungle boat. Embraced by divine renewal. Before my elegant divine in celestial restoration.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
On my way.
I got him.
Hold down Merc and Pos.
Your right tower.
I think we're teleported, maybe.
Surely you just get tier 2.
Enemy missing right.
Hey, like, you know, our saving hope is that these guys are fucking dog shit, so we can probably win. No problem.
I don't know where Merc was. Maybe he teleported left with the thingy.
I guess I beached. It'd be okay anyway, but it kinda sucks that I beached that. But I'm linked to an Afro.
In celestial restoration.
Do we ever like try to defend this, or this ship has an ult?
I'm on the way, I'm on the way.
Mortar did ult.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
That's so annoying, man. Like, that should have been a good
What's
fight
this
for
from?
us. If I just wasn't useless.
Get away.
Your titan is under attack.
Wait, I actually wasn't able to. Insane.
It's fine, man. Like, this game is not on you, really. I just
Was
wish I
last
could
game
play
on me?
again.
Defeat.
No, Giannis played good. Don't really think, like, he's the one player in this team that's, well, not one, but like, he was obviously doing just fine. Man, I was looking forward to doing this. I said in the beginning of the stream too, like the one quote-unquote goal that I had today was playing some round with this build. Like with the proc build. Thanks for opportunity to see might be best. I mean, I like Soul the most. I can just start playing something that actually deals damage. I don't have to play a tank in solo. Oh, yeah, right, I see, sure. I was kind of trying to do that by going Braggies as well. But it was just unsalvageable. Like, no matter what I do that game, it's just too late. At least I know that's bugged now. I was wondering during, like, after I finished Phoenix Shield, I was trying to heal in the Modern, and I was like, I don't feel like I'm healing at all. I was like, what's happening? After I finished both the two nice items on him, I still couldn't fight back. That's so weird to me. Like, if the build is bugged, like, if this has been known for like 4 patches, then why the fuck hasn't it been fixed? I didn't know it was bugged. I feel like I knew that it was bugged, but I've forgotten because it's been so long. Removed these 2 proccing items a few patches ago. It's just weird. The thing is, I don't think it should be proccing items. I just didn't realize, like, if people are saying it's bugged, people are saying it's bugged, not, like, removed. But, I don't know. Suppose it doesn't matter. Like, I don't really want what is bugged about it. I have no idea. People are just telling me it's bugged. But I don't think it should be proc in every single hit, because I think it's too easy to abuse. I always hated that. Every hit shouldn't proc. That makes no sense. It's just once per ability is what it should be. I don't think any ability in the entire game should proc items more than once. From what I heard, it's not getting sustain on the 2 and 3 with aspect. Oh, so the aspect itself is bugged, not the build, is what you're saying. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. I actually gotta try and log in for a game or two. I feel like I'm kind of inting game after game. I just, yeah. I mean, that really sucked. That game was just unfun. Playing a bugged character apparently with a build that doesn't work anymore on top of someone zoning against me. Nothing about that game was fun. Can't believe we're still zoning. Zoning pisses me off, guys. It really does. It just screams you want SR more than anything else in the entire world to me. It's no longer about fun. But maybe I'm a bitch for feeling that way. I don't know what to play. The thing is, it is a valid strategy. It's not like zoning is a bad idea. I just hate seeing it in, I guess, these games, because SR doesn't matter. It's so irrelevant. But if you're fully trying to get SR, sure, go ahead. But it feels so cheesy and disgusting to do in a random game where people are just playing some weird shit to have fun. You know, like I'm already playing, just as an example in this one, like I'm playing already into a shit matchup with a bad character, and I'm still getting zoned. Like, it decentivizes, at least for me, to play fun stuff, because people will just absolutely try hard their ass off to make sure you lose them. That's what makes it so boring. If I want to win, I have to play fucking Thor, Yorm, Bologna, Osiris? What are we talking about? That's so boring to me. I think in solo is the one role where you can't zone. Because you're still close enough to the wave to do all the side stuff for the most part. You can literally just go to the side, do the gold camp while you're still zoning. You know? And especially if you're playing a character like Mordred, where if your big ult is up, then you can just instantly punish them for walking out of position. You know? Stuff like that. Like, I think you can definitely do it on some characters. But I don't think you're doing it on everyone. Like, I don't think, like, Chaka is a good zoner, for example. If he goes for the camp, like, I'm generally not afraid of going to the wave, because I know he won't close that distance very easily. Some characters have the ability to do that. Anyway, I don't want to sit and whine and bitch. That game was just frustrating on all fronts because of, I guess, the character being bugged as well. And obviously there is no one to blame but Iris on that one. Another Mercury? Bruh.
Select your god.
Afro. Huh. I don't even know what to play that's fun into that team comp. That just seems really boring, man. I'll play a Zeus game. We need the magic damage anyway. Bacchus time? Nah. I don't think Bacchus is really good almost in any case. I would have gotten shit on here, because I would have to go beats, because there's Nares. Maybe even Boar as well. I can't do anything into Mercury. He's just gonna 3 my stun at any point. Mercury, I think the only counter to Mercury with how he functions now is instant CCs, and then insta kill him. Otherwise, he will insta kill you with his CC. Let's wait for Artio. I am looking forward to Artio, and I hope she is good. I need her to be in the game so that we have a good cripple counter. Are you telling me I'm against Afro as Zeus? That's not really a great matchup for me, actually. And I will almost definitely get camped by a Mercury while I'm at it. It's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to this. Best way to deal with Merc is having your jungler harassing him before fights happen. If he gets his ult off, he's already done enough for the fight. I think it's okay to let him ult if you can counter initiate it. In the last game when we had when we were against a Mercury, I was playing a set, and every time he ulted in, I would just instantly like fall back and start silencing him. Because if he doesn't get his dash off, and we can like close the distance at least, if my carriers can just get away from him, and I'll CC him, we turn on him, and he insta dies. That was usually what happened in that game. Right. So I mean, I need beats. There isn't really much question there.
For later, I suppose.
And I get the vibe that I will get early ganked around level 3. So
If he loses, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Well, you said something about positivity. What happened?
Out the window.
I think I know what happened.
What happened?
Same thing that's happening to me.
What is happening to you?
We're losing too much, and for dumb reasons. It's fine, we'll win this time for sure.
Cancel that. Minions have spawned.
I gotta get Boar really soon as well. Or like really early. By early I mean second item. Man, I missed an auto.
Hit the Ares bit to kill the dog. Just look to fight. Don't commit, don't commit. Just go on Darius, can you stun him?
Get Murgus on the left side. I should be okay then.
Your left tower
just gotta try and see if I can be healthy enough
Next slot.
for the rocks.
She bites. Claim this area. Attack.
Okay.
Yay! Asleep. So uncivilized.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
I'm coming. Can we?
No,
Okay,
Thor's
never
level 3, you can't fight
no.
back.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Like, how is he level 3?
Beat on Hecate.
I got 3 rocks at least. How is he level 3? He said he was lagging before early in the game. And I mean, he's against April as well, so... I feel like I can put 2 and 2 together at least in that case. Still sucks.
Completed.
I'm still ahead. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it still sucks.
They don't have shell in left, probably. You used all in kit and I can ult it. Go for purple.
Mercury's enough there.
Careful. She bites.
I'm not level 5 yet.
I'm certain dash.
I ult.
Enemy has been slain.
The ladies love a man who can slay a fierce
Martin right. Good to gold.
I have a thunder, but let's go.
Where's the counter?
Yeah, that's fine, he's still here. That sucks. I didn't know which direction he was coming from.
Your team has
I had no idea where to run. If I ran down, I would have survived then. I should have just run down. I thought he was coming from like from mid. So I just ran to my tower as fast as I could. It's annoying.
enemy missing left.
Hopefully
Tower is under attack.
he's not still around so I can just get my blue in peace.
Your left tower is under attack.
No. But hey, I got 1 rock at least. Well, I got 1 imp, 2 rocks.
Right tower is under attack.
Looking for purple. Like you can easily play around me, Odin. If you cage them, I just ult them.
Be careful middle. Ultimate is ready.
Watch out!
Ult queen.
King!
Afro, old, and shield.
One HP mark.
Jaguar. Ooh.
She did those pretty fast.
Wash them away.
Faster than I would expect an Afro to do them.
Enemy missing left. Be right back. Be careful middle.
How much do I need for Boar? So much. It is a pretty boring matchup, but I like this more than something that just overwhelms you with no... How the fuck did I miss that? With no chance of you fighting back. That's the shit I hate the most. That's why I'm banning with the Sylvanas. You don't meet Sylvanas necessarily that much in solo, but when you meet it, the Sylvanas aspect is nearly unbeatable. Just in lane. It's the same thing with the Osiris. It's just... Recently I'm taking up the priority to the Sylvanas a little bit more, because I've been dealing with that more recently. But for the same reason.
Okay. Enemy has been slain.
How do I build the Cyrus aspect? Tried it one game and got pushed by Saul. I mean, you can still get traded by an ADC, but for the most part, what you just do is build full tank, because for some reason that aspect still scales with protection. Otherwise, it's just about skill shotting you once, you know. After all, down. Of course, Merc is there. And she just ults when I'm gonna detonate my 3, so it doesn't really matter.
I guess down soon.
Merc wasn't right. You can maybe do gold, but it's probably too late.
Right tower is under attack.
You can TP, can't you?
Your middle tower is under attack.
You do start with, like, you go warriors first, because there's no reason for you to go for anything else. Then you go Lifebinder, you go, like, if you're physical, you go Glad Shield. You can even go Spectral or whatever, depending on whatever you're against. Like, it's pretty open as long as you just go tanky. It is quite open.
Can't go good.
Some random rocks lying around. I'll take it though.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Mark's here. I'm coming mid.
I have no teammates.
Ally has been slain. Wash them away. Ultimate is ready.
I have teammates now.
What? How is he landing 2 autos again, man? I guess I'm just gonna sit in tower. Mercury's just living here now.
Yeah, he's got a very easy gank on you.
I have Boar now. He just dashes into tower anyway.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
what
fucking
I'm
Afro
doing. That's
supporting
what
it.
it is. Nothing he can do.
I don't even
Apple?
fully know what I want to build here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
No fucking way. Do it on this?
Your middle tower is under attack.
They reached it.
Nice.
They're coming late. Mid and support.
I'll stop this bank, but that's all I can do.
I can take TP. I don't want to though.
Nice.
Enemies behind us. Good
I'm
trade.
TPing, I'm TPing.
On my way.
Will we fight these guys? Look for another cage. Just cage them or cage
Yeah.
them or?
Oh, they hit like a baby.
I stun. Ah, I missed.
Area's all down.
Retreat.
Gonna go Pyro. On the go?
Nah, I'm gonna.
No, actually,
Get
they're
in.
not the. They're not on it.
Their purple is up.
They're coming gold. Or the left side.
Wasn't sure if he was gonna chase me there.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Enemy missing.
It's Miracle.
Enemies behind us.
He's warded.
I can rotate.
They're in left jungle. On Pyro.
Enemies down. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I'm coming out of base.
I fell
I'll be
down.
here, guys. If you can stall this, we have a winning fight here. As soon as I'm here. Iris blink, work on.
Under attack.
He's 1 HP. I can't kill him.
Afro's here as well.
Enemy has
I got
been
him.
slain.
Nice.
I'm just fucking out of mana.
FG, FG.
I don't have Sunder.
Neither.
I did it there.
Who has bomb? Did we use the bomb? He's standing on the mid cliff, so I don't know, just 50-50 to this.
What else? Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Let's get rid of the gold.
Let's get shifters.
Your left tower is
Oh,
under
that worked out pretty well for us overall. Dude, very well played by Nika, but the fact that he got his kiss on the Hecate as out detonated through the wall was really, I mean, well done by him, but also so fucking annoying for me. Ares just backed. Can we just do gold now?
enemy missing right.
Yeah.
Careful left. Your right tower is under attack. Careful.
She burns.
I'm coming behind you guys.
This area.
Just go on them. Just look for cage, look.
Your right tower.
There's gonna be one.
Other cage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Push mid. Fuck the gold.
Wash them away.
I need to heal a bit. It's not good to score something. Just 4 away.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's fine, just
Just regen back up as well.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack.
Merc is here.
Your left tower.
They're behind us, behind us. Chains down.
Merc's one shot.
Enemy has been slain.
Just start with gold, loading.
Is still okay?
Nope, he's dead.
Ally has been slain.
Claim this area. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Chain Lightning still did a pretty decent amount of damage, actually.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Backing. I'm going right.
Watch out!
It's as they say, look good, feel good.
I don't think I'm gonna go very heavy on tankiness in this one. If anything, hybrid, but not very tanky. I don't think it's gonna matter. I'm a fucking Zeus. If Merc goes on me, I'm fucking dead anyway. Better to just make sure that if I hit a good Chain Lightning, it has to be impactful. That's the plan.
Out of range.
It's pretty bored of the Merc. I can, but, you know. I decided not to for some reason. I'm back and I'm TPing fast.
How dare they treat me this way? I'm royalty.
I wanted to, but I also want to limit test how much damage he actually does to me.
I'm coming for.
Afro coming from it.
Enemy has been slain.
Let's go. Phoenix fire or what are we doing?
Maybe just one Phoenix into fire, maybe. We're on the back anyway.
Your team has destroyed a little enemy Phoenix.
Backing.
Claim this area.
They're here. Look at the guy in the bush. Kill him.
Enemy ultimate.
Shoot out, shoot out.
I have no team, these guys.
Rain shall wash them
I'm
away.
backing.
getting low gas, I need to kind of fall back.
Don't overcheck.
Yeah, Merc still has ult, be careful.
I built in 7 seconds.
Mark ult down. I'm almost back.
I got tail down.
That's fun.
Ares in the back.
I have stun 3 seconds.
Yep.
I missed it.
That's up.
Ares is gonna back, I can't stop him.
I have no mana, no health, guys.
It's fine. Just play for fire now.
Stop. I definitely feel like I'm not doing as much damage as I want to in these fights, but at the same time, it is hard to get damage off when I feel like every time I use my shit, it gets Afro-ulted.
Get vision.
I have no summons.
Odin, you can just go cage them out. Just put a cage where they are, so they can't walk in.
Not working on anything.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Attack!
This cage, this cage.
I get stun.
Yep. Half an out, half an out. Take out them, man.
Into there.
I guess Phoenix.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy base.
It worked out pretty well for us, but they also had an interesting ADC in this one.
Victory.
Yeah, that's pretty tragic. It was definitely felt that there was a player missing on their team. Like, he kind of did die a lot as well, but I still think he played alright. But he obviously was the big target of the majority of our team. He was complaining about the Necrohakate. I mean, it makes sense. I can understand that, but yeah. I do think going Necronomicon and then dying 9 times is definitely something. There is some truth to that. That's fair. What time is it? It's 5. Okay. I'll do 1 or 2 more games. I actually don't know. How's the SR even looking? I haven't looked today. Did I make progress? I guess I'm about the same. 5.2. Where did we begin? Win, 2 losses, 2 wins, 1 loss, 1 win. So yeah, I guess I've gained a little bit more than I've lost. W. April's lost so much today. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't really matter how good you are. Sometimes you just have bad days and you just fucking lose everything. I don't really think it's up to you yourself. Obviously, you have an impact on the games that you have, right? But sometimes life just decides that it's time to lose. Wouldn't even say it's his fault. That's exactly my point. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. I don't really like ADC either, but it's about the same in support. So let's see if I can. I don't know. Maybe just go Saul.
Select your
Saul into
god.
that comp seems kind of cooked though. What isn't cooked into their team comp though? Is that Scylla support? Haven't seen that much recently. Let me remove that. There we go. I don't know what their comp is. Is that Jingwei mid? Or is it Jingwei solo? Or is it just Jingwei ADC and then Apollo? Oh, they're playing dual lane, never mind. It's gonna be Jingwei ADC and Apollo support. Yeah, that adds up. Hercules solo, Scylla mid, and Susano jungle. Fuck. Of course I go ADC and then I have to deal with April and his duo partner. Sheesh.
Sometimes it's the little things that make a great impact.
Is this a Devo's game? Not sure. Because he'll definitely go Jack of Frenzy first, and if he does that, I don't think I can box him if I go Devos. Like, at all. So I might have to just suck it up and not go for a heavy healing build on this Sol. Even if I actually think that's still really OP on her. And we pause. Wait, Nika isn't in this game? Wait. Did Nika stop? No, he's still playing. What the fuck? He's already 3 minutes into a game. Okay, so he just got insta-popped, I guess. Well, we didn't. Huh. Man, why does the queue split? Shit sucks. I didn't even realize he was AFK. Do you catch a bad queue? No, it's completely fine. It's just, it's weird when there's like a few people that, you know, Nika definitely has high SR than, and then he's not in this one, and vice versa, I guess. Like, we're definitely high enough SR, I would imagine, to be in the same game as Nika, so it's just weird. I don't know why it splits the queue like that.
The moment. Vanish into the night. Impact.
I'll attack.
Embrace my
Enemy has been slain.
It does suck Athena's getting all the kills, but the fact that we're just getting the kills anyways, just a big W. They're absolutely just getting destroyed by early game Sol. Damage is not okay, that's just early game Sol for you.
You wanna contest the rocks or?
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna contest.
What the fuck is that?
There's Zanos in right anyway. Don't play back in.
Nah, he's back in.
It's fine.
Susano is right, we just sit on the tower here, I think, no?
I'll TP there, guys. After I clear the rocks. You're not gonna get that.
I'm gonna miss one. Oh, that's fine.
I can come actually.
Yeah, you just come to that.
Okay, I'm backing. I wanna help right.
Savor the moment.
Under attack. On my way. Be careful.
An endeavor I become.
Pull up. Hit up, pull up.
Making impact.
Under attack.
Savor the moment. The midnight sun rises vanish into the night.
It's not level 5 yet. I hit 5 in death.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll go Devos, despite everything.
Beats down to zone.
Embrace my sanguine radiance.
I can come for the red if you guys wanna contest.
I think we should fight.
The midnight sun rises.
They're already on it though.
I'm here.
You can't touch fury.
Come at the rock spawn a bit late.
This guy literally don't even have an iron, so
No, that's a Sunoku bonus though. I'm gonna ping the map for you.
Devilishly delightful.
So basically follow the idea of making everything broken as fuck, so nothing is broken as fuck. It feels that way, yeah, and it's not very fun. Comparatively speaking to what it was before. At least not in my opinion. Like, I don't like that there's some matchups that... I think it's fine to have rough matchups, but straight up unplayable matchups? No, that shit ain't fun. Rough DC timing as they're about to do something. Now he might not have any comps.
Okay. Greetings, dear.
Did your comps break? Or do you still hear us?
yeah, I can still hear you.
Alright, W.
I'm coming with ult.
Embrace my sanguine radiance.
That's true.
I don't see Susano.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Behind you in mid.
Attack.
Enemy missing right.
Out of mana.
Time to
Bro.
make an impact.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Missing right.
Susano dash. Yes, it's 3, yes, it's 3.
An enigma will become.
What?
Oh, nice.
Wash them away.
Bro, that was so laggy for me. Fucking hell.
I'm coming right. Nice.
Jingwei ult done.
Your left tower is under attack.
into the night. Savor the moment.
I'm coming right. I'm not gonna help.
Into the night.
It's both their ults. Well, not Jingwei, I guess, just Sona.
I haven't beat down Susanna.
Fuck, man. Of course Susanna would show up for that bullshit.
The midnight sun
Classic me.
rises.
Do something good, fuck it up by doing something bad right after. And now she got the speed buff. That's the worst part of it all.
Savor the moment.
Well, not that she has it, the fact that I lost it.
An enigma I become. Okay. Time to make an impact.
Is this up?
Oh, it's down, he has it.
Hold on. What was that? I'm up again.
Into the night.
Really gold.
Maybe, yeah. Susanna's left. It's only Scylla. Apollo can be here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You can answer Scylla. I'll run.
Dash in, dash in, dash in.
That's it, that's it. Get up.
Enemy has been slain.
Enigma I become.
Destroyed the cold fury. And the rain
Crazy,
shall
man.
wash them away.
Wait, did we get it?
Your middle tower
Yeah, we
is
got
under
it.
attack.
Yeah, we got
Your
it.
left
W.
tower is under attack.
Huge. I thought they got it for a second. I was like, no. No, why?
You can do my speed. I did your purple.
Oh, it's fine, just take it. I'm pretty fat here anyway.
Under attack.
I'm gonna play for this purple.
Be careful middle. On my way.
The midnight sun rises. Enemy missing right.
Enemy has been
Well
slain.
played, bro.
Vanish into the night. Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Coming right without.
That's his ult down.
Ultimate is ready.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
Athena, can you help me? Not yet. Oh my god. Don't. Oh.
I can TP you left if you wanna go on the Herc here.
Enemy has been
Yeah,
slain.
we can do. He has no ult.
Scylla dash down.
Calm down. My go, my go.
I'll stay for the tower while I'm here.
Yeah, that's the mid.
The midnight sun rises. Cornerstones fall. Their might weakens. A tempting tool for a dance of death.
Scylla dashed in mid.
Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Goal camp is probably done, I would imagine.
Sula. I need help, I need help.
An enigma I become.
I'm trying to get mid.
I have no ult.
On my way.
Focus 1 HP. Go push down.
Vanish into the night.
Susanna's 1 HP, ult down.
An enigma I become.
Kevin.
Dusk.
So tragic that he got that one last auto one. But I mean, I still think it's good that I even got a single trade.
Sula doesn't have beats.
So I dashed over the wall to Pyro.
She knows some multi.
Susanna's in the bush as well.
Wash them away.
Vanish into the night.
Careful for Jinx, she's back up, she could fly over.
Enemy has been slain.
Just sit in the torque once.
Fear not, the night forgives.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Oh, my
Time to make an impact.
King here. He dashed.
Moi.
An enigma I
I'm
become.
coming.
Okay, she just crits me to death now. That's Susanna ult down as well.
Yeah, we're
And Jing ult. Is that Deathbringer completed? It sure is. I could go Spectral. I do have enough damage, I think. I could go Spectral, because I might need to as well. Otherwise, I'll just get dashed on cooldown. Fuck it. I mean, I have nothing to lose.
Your right tower.
Did Jing beats Athena? No comment.
On my way.
So we run at the Susanna in left. He doesn't have ult. I mean,
Two people
I
in
don't-
right.
One more
The
get
moment vanish into the night.
Your right tower is under attack.
Time to make an impact. An enigma I become.
Well, I got up. I outplayed them on Comes of Fire.
Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Guess I'll just go straight to fire now.
Savor the moment.
Apollo might still have ult, but he had to back. Just get out if you can.
Let's not overchase you. Go off front. Go left.
An enigma I become.
Enemy has been slain.
Eventually. Their might weakens.
We also don't even have a Spectral.
Savor the moment.
I'm buying Spectral myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Spectral too, so. Fuck this crit shit.
Like, that was... all that damage happened before I had Spectral anyway, and my last item is going to be... like, Bracer. I'm not gonna have any pen, which is the worst part about it, but I'm gonna have so much raw power that it should be fine.
Sun rises.
They're chasing it left, I'm just gonna start gold.
He doesn't have ult.
Susano pull.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I can solo this, you can just zone him if you want.
I'm just gonna run up. I think
Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Seeds.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
It's not that.
I'll go grab the tower, I guess.
Sign is put right.
Darkness takes all. Eventually.
Nice.
Thanks.
Good Janus ult.
Need a line could be funny. Thing is, I mean, I have enough damage. I could do it. It just isn't as fun, I think. I do want a little bit more attack speed, which is also why I'm going for Bracer. Like, my other option would have been something like Audible, which is still really good. Arguably better, actually, than Bracer, but...
Time to make an impact.
One more
I'm at
left.
the left. I don't think Ring has ult yet.
An enigma I become. Savor the moment. Vanish into the night. Sun rises.
Still Pyro, I guess.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
Tripling.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to zone.
Just stop hitting at 1k, let me just control it.
He's on a bind. He's going behind. He's behind the red. Wait for the abilities. Oh my god.
That was a little too close.
Wait.
Susanna behind, I'm away. I was a little too close, but I almost fucked it, guys. I almost fucked it. I would have been so embarrassed. I would have been so embarrassed. Hello, Elenita. Good to see you. It was 83 damage off, meaning 1 auto away from being perfectly timed on my part.
Enemy has been slain.
Vanish into the night. The midnight sun rises. An enigma I become. Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Victory.
Do I end it there? I think so. Yeah. I'll stop here. I don't want to just overstay, and I actually want to end a game that I had an impact on, instead of just doing one more and ending us on an unsatisfying game. Jesus Christ. I want to stop a bit earlier. I also started earlier today, so that's fine. But yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate you stopping by. I had fun today. I hope that it wasn't too depressing listening to my rants about how I don't like the game very much right now. But it is still fun. In conclusion, game is still fun, but there's just a lot of shit that frustrates me in the game currently. So it is what it is. But yeah, thanks guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.